Is it on?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'll go first. Look, as she passes the mic to me. How about we have our student intros? Come on, Byron. All right.
Am I saying right here?
Yeah.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Byron Smith. My major is business with a minor in, my major is business with a concentration in hospitality management. It is my privilege and pleasure to welcome you, our speakers, Mrs. Harper and Mrs. Jones. They are from Career Services, and Mrs. Jones is from Career Services.
Institutional advancement.
Institution Advancement. They will be speaking on the topic getting the most out of the career exposition. Please welcome them.
Thank you, Byron. So once again, my name is Carla Harper, and I serve as the Director of Career Services here at Central State University. As we all know, next week we will be hosting our Career Spring 2023 Career Expo by college. So on Tuesday, March 14th, it will be the College of Engineering, Science, Technology, and Agriculture. And on Wednesday, March 15th, it'll be the College of Business. And on Thursday, it'll be the College of Humanities, Arts, and Social Science, and the College of Education. Next.
Yes. Good morning again. My name is Kim Jones, and as Byron said, I work in the Office of Institutional Advancement. I serve as the Director of Corporate Partnerships. So, Ms. Hopper and myself, we work very closely together, and our goal is to make sure that we bring um, companies here to the university to meet our wonderful students and to partner with us, giving you all internships and jobs after you leave. So, what we wanted to do, we have been having a conversation with our, talking to one another and saying that students, we need to make sure that they're getting the best out of this expo, making sure that they're taking advantage of every person that's in here. So we put together this PowerPoint where we just wanted to give you some helpful tips and just give you some ideas of different things that you could do to get the most out of the expo. So we put together this agenda, and the agenda basically goes as who will be there at the Career Expo. Ms. Harper will talk about that. Then I will begin talking about how to develop your elevator pitch and how to navigate the expo with that elevator pitch. We will both talk about questions to ask and then questions not to ask, because that's very important as well. Ms. Harper will then talk about the approved resume. I will talk about how to stay in touch with employers. Then we both will discuss about expo attire. Um, Again, talking about managing your time at the expo, and then we'll give opportunity for you all to ask questions. Okay, next slide, Ms. Harper.
Yep. So, hey, good morning. Thank you. All right. So, who will be at the expo? And then, what I want you all to know, and you're welcome to take photos of any slides that you see, because you all know how to see who's going to be at the expo at this juncture. Do you know how to go into your handshake account and see who's going to be at the expo? Okay. Well, I'm going to show you how to do that today. All right. So go ahead and take a picture of this slide, because I think it's going to be important to give you the step by steps. And then I'll actually physically show you how to do it at the end. Okay. So in Handshake, you will click on the Events tab. And then after you click on the Events tab, you're going to filter and click on Category. You're going to select Career Fair. After that, select your career fair day, because I mentioned the 3 days. Your day in particular business is going to be on the 15th of March. And then you want to look to the left side of the panel, and you're going to see a link that says employee attendees. You can click on that. And once you click on that, you will see the listing of all the employers that are coming in alphabetical order on your particular day. Okay. So at the end, we're gonna bounce to another step by step on how to do this, so you can see it live, and in that way you'll be able to see who all is going to be at the expo. It's extremely important that you know who's going to be at the expo for the purpose of research. We want you to look up and see who all is going to be at the expo. And you want to do this because you want to look up, for example, questions that you need to address When was the company founded? This is information you should know as you're introducing yourself to the employers, so you can give them some tidbits on, I did my research, I see you were founded in 19 whatever or 2000 and whatever. You also want to know where the company is headquartered. Just because they're here recruiting doesn't mean it's always based out of Ohio. We may have companies that are based in other cities, other locations, other states. So it's also always important to know where the companies are headquartered. Okay. You want to know some key facts about companies. So whether that be they take the lead in the country on top 5 accounting firms in the nation, whatever that may be. Those are the kind of tips you want to be able to, even if you just drop some nuggets, they know you did your research on a particular company. Make sense? Community engagement. That should be important to you as to how vested in the community is the company. Is that part of the culture? Is that something you stand for? Is that something you would be interested in being a part of? Some companies are interested in the environment. Some companies are interested, invested into the community as it pertains to youth or youth involvement. And so that is important. And then the last one I have, and I know Ms. Jones may want to add to that as well. What are some of the company values? What's important to the company? You want to make certain that that's aligned with you as the individual as you begin to explore and look at various companies. Anything you want to add?
Well, again, thank you, Carla, for that. When you talk about company values, oh, sorry, I forgot, I got to use the microphone. Sorry. When you talk about company values, you want to make sure that one, you know them, two, that they align with your values, and then three, you know at least a little bit. They don't expect you to know everything about it, but they want you to know they're going to think very highly of you if you come to them telling them something about their company, because that shows that you are someone who does research. And that's that again, what you want to make sure that you're doing at the career expo, that you are leaving a lasting impression on that employer, and they're saying, hey, I remember talking to this student, or I remember talking to that student. And what you do, I'll just let you all in. When you all leave their table, if you impress them, they'll walk, you give them your resume, they'll put a star on your resume. And they'll say that person, that star means that person impressed me. So doing that little research ahead of time, knowing who's going to be there, deciding who you want to talk to, and doing that research, that's going to make you go from in the pile to the top of the pile. Okay. All right. Okay. So now another thing that you want to make sure that you do, because again, how many of you have been to the Career Expo before? So the Career Expo is kind of crowded, especially on Wednesday. It's very crowded. And so you have to make the most of your time. And what has been developed is an elevator pitch. And if you think about it, when you're in an elevator, you're in this space, and you're going from one floor to the next. So the elevator pitch has to be at least one, really not even 2 minutes, 1 to 1 minute and a half. You want to get out who you are, so first, well, before that, you want to come up to them, and you want to say, give them some type of greeting. Then you want to tell them who you are, and always say your first and last name. So when I walk up to someone, I'm not just Kim, I'm Kim Jones. Okay. You always give your first and your last name. Then you want to tell them about who you are as far as it relates to school. I am a senior business management major with a concentration in accounting. Those quick things. So you've already said hello. You've already said who you are as a person and as a student. Then you want to go into telling them a little bit about yourself, giving them just a little bit more quick information. And what I've written here is, I'm looking for a position that will allow me the opportunity to work closely with the community. And then you can end it with, is that something that your company does? Or, but you're that quick 1 minute to a minute and a half conversation when you walk up to them and you're introducing yourself to that company. So as a summary real quick, You already know where to find who's going to be there. So you need to decide at least, I think we said 10 companies that you want to zero in on. These 10 companies, I want to definitely make sure that I see. Then you want to do your research. And then you want to create your elevator pitch. So when you walk up to them, you can have this quick conversation and then you start the conversation off correctly. Any questions? Okay. Now, I want you all to think about elevator pitches because we may have some time to do that at the end of this presentation. Oh, yes, I'm sorry.
Always be, I don't want to say confident because confident isn't the word. It's more like, what's the word? Kind of like,
I think confident is that, and you get that confidence by practicing. So you stand in front of that mirror and you do that elevator pitch. You're standing there. Hello, my name is Kim Jones. I am a senior graduating. You know, it's kind of like the Miss Central State when they introduce themselves, the queens that they introduce themselves or the kings. You have to have that confidence. And it's not, again, trying to be, like cocky, but it's you're standing firm, 10 toes down in who you are, what you're doing, and you have a right to talk to them. And you want to stand and not look like a student, but look like a possible mature employee. So yeah, you were right. But practice, practice, practice. Yes.
How many of you know verbal tick?
You got to come in the screen.
Verbal tick. Yeah. Verbal tick. Thank you. What is a verbal tick? Do you know? So when you start speaking, like something like that, this nature. So mention some of them. What do you hear people say? Well, it's like it's like it's like So you know what I mean? That is what is called verbal tick from today. Okay. Anytime you hear somebody speak, start counting. Yes. How many times you hear some of these verbal ticks? That takes away your shine. It takes away your confidence. Right away, your audience knows he or she is what? Say all that. Nervous. Say all that. So from today, and if you want to practice, like she was saying, record yourself and hear what you say. What you say is what your audience will hear. And that's how they're going to process you. So if you stand up here and say it's like things of this nature. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? That is what they are hearing. They are not hearing your message. Your message is distorted. It's gone. So put that at the back of your mind. Verbal tech. A lot of companies are taking notice of that, especially this generation. So if you want to give a speech, right? And your speech is about 10 minutes. And if we are to type your speech, think about this. If we are to type your speech down, and it's like, I just said one, it's like a full page. We can count how many of your verbal texts are in there and count the meat of what or the message you want to put across. You be the judge. You say, did I say what I needed to say? Or it's all verbal text. Because like things of this nature. You know what I mean? Those are not messages from you. They are just your verbal text. So thank you.
Thank you very much for adding that. I mean, again, but that practice, practice, practice. You may sound kind of funny to your roommate or whatever, but hey, you want to practice, and that's what you have to do. So, again, you've done all of these things, the research. I think after you've done all of the research and you're practicing, getting your elevator pitch, so number one is already taken care of. Take the event seriously. If a career expo is coming, that means we have one, guests on the campus. Two, they are here because they are looking for students. And three, they have something to give to students, opportunity. So take it seriously and make sure that you are, it's kind of like the first day of school, when you put your clothes out the night before and everything. So make sure. Again, plan which tables that you're going to visit. Know what those 10 tables are. And then, when you come in to sign in, you can ask us, hey, where is so and so sitting? Where's such and such? Where is that table? So you can already plan out, how you're going to make sure that you get into the get into the ballroom and make sure that you use your time wisely. Again, talking about the elevator pitch, always go in and introduce yourself. Now, some schools I know they have the career expo where it's only for certain classifications, like it's a junior senior expo. But here at Central State, we want to make sure that even our freshmen, so even like you were saying that, you came in there and you were like, hi, you didn't know what to say. But again, that is still also good experience because you have to know what's going on and then to look forward to being better the next time. So make sure that you're practicing that elevator pitch. All right, I'm gonna pass it over.
Okay. I'll go to the next slide.
Yes.
All right. Okay, so next up we have questions to ask. Now, once again, you're welcome to take a photo of the slides because this could be a good takeaway tool when you go into the expo. And so we'll go through these pretty quickly. Are employees encouraged and given the opportunity to express their ideas and concerns? That's a good question to ask because at any juncture, whether you're in an interview or at the expo, you want to at least have 2 to 3 questions. Now, keep in mind, it's going to be crowded, so maybe other students waiting to speak to the employer as well, but we don't want to rush you. But I want you all to have at least some takeaways of questions that could be good to ask the employer. And so that first one is a good one. What do employees seem to like best and least about the company? It's okay to ask that because you want them to be transparent about what's the benefits and what may be a disadvantage of working with that particular company. What would I be expected to accomplish in the first 6 months on the job or in the first year? Now, this is when you're at that phase of you're a senior now and you're looking to work for them full time. But if you notice in parentheses, I put if it's an internship opportunity, we're going to scale it down because we know it's a shorter window. 2 to 3 weeks. What's expected of me to happen in the first, or expected of me to accomplish in the first 2 to 3 weeks? Because internships are typically 10 to 12 weeks long. And so you want to know what is the low bearing fruit is a term that people will use as to what task is most important for me to accomplish first while on the job. And so I gave that question in 2 formats, whether you're a senior that's graduating and going into the job as an employee, or if you've been selected to go on a job as an intern. Okay. Next, we're asking, what are some of the department's ongoing and anticipated special projects? So if you're being asked or charged with working on a special project, they can tell you what that is. And if they do have something that they may want to steer you to working on, you want to definitely take advantage of that opportunity. You should never be in a space where you're idle on your internship. So say, for example, I completed my task on my internship for the week. You should then be asking, is there something else I can get involved in? Because in that way, that shows the employer the eagerness, the willing to jump into something else, the opportunities that you're not just going to sit there, do what you need to do, and then just getting on your phone or getting on your laptop or whatever the case may be. You want to show that drive and energy of going above and beyond. Okay, because employers like to see that. And then next, what do you like best and least about working for this department or company, which almost kind of sounds like the other question. And then the last one is, can you describe a typical work day in the department? You want to hear from the employee as to what it could look like. Once again, that question is both flexible for those who are going on the job as an employee or those who are going on to the job as an intern.
All right. Yes, please take pictures of this. What you should never ask at the career expo: asking about pay, asking about time off, and just think about it. If someone has a family event that they do every summer, and so that might be in your mind, but that's not the first thing you want to say, or the second or the third thing you want to say to an employer. You wait until you get the position, and they may even ask you, hey, do you have any commitments, especially like our students who are athletes? Do you have any commitments? Do you have to leave the internship earlier than usual? And that's okay. You can talk about that, but you're not talking about time off. Just think about the fact, you're working for 10 weeks and they expect you to work in every day. So anything about benefits, sick leave and all that stuff. When can I start applying for other positions? No. I mean, we want you to be eager. We want you to have that internal drive, but it's internal. it's internal. Okay? So they don't want you to come to the job already thinking about leaving, going to the next job. So and that can be used as an internship or for our students who are going to get careers. Again, how quickly will I get promoted? That's not there's not a time limit to that. That's based on the work that you do. But again, that's not something you want to talk about in the beginning. So Miss Harper said that you asked what are some of the things that you like or dislike about the company, but you never pointed to how do you like your boss. You never make it that specific. So if when you ask that question, what are some of the things you like or dislike, and that might come out, but you never ask that question. Okay. And then also, how many Black people work here? Now, the reason I said that, because that's very important. That is a very important question. However, you don't ask it that way. You don't ask how many Black or brown people work here. How many Black or brown people are in management? You don't ask it that way. But some people, they say, I'm just being real, No, you're going to be unemployed too. So these are all important questions, but they're time sensitive questions, very time sensitive. And then a question like that, the last question, you ask that kind of question with a person that you have what? A really good relationship with. So, and that's not the person that's interviewing you because you just met them, right? All right. So you all are probably you're stepped up in the game, but believe me, we hear these kind of things. Okay.
All right. So the approved resume. Now, many of you have already seen this. This is the template that we use in the Office of Career Services. This is also the template that was provided that we redeemed from the Thurgood Marshall College Fund. And so this is their approved resume template. And so we thought it'd be wise that we use the same one that the Thurgood Marshall College Fund uses. And so we want students prior to going into the Career Expo to have their resume. Does it have to look exactly like this one? It doesn't have to, but we want it to be clean, concise, to the point. Starting from the top with your name and your information, contact information, moving on down to your education. I like the piece about relevant coursework. That's key because it allows the employer to see what courses in your majors that you've already completed. So I think that's key for our employers to see. It's also important for them to see the skills and software programs or software proficiencies that you've completed. And then we get into the work and leadership experience. We all know that the resume must read in chronological order with the most recent at the top, and we work our way down, not the other way around. So if something happened, for example, in this one, it's saying 2019, 2020, and then underneath 2019, 2019, 2018. And that's the order in which your resume should read, in chronological order with the most recent at the top, working our way down. We want to highlight who you worked for, the city and state in which that employer is located, and then move on down to the next. And then the task is important. Make certain that the verbiage or your action words are in the appropriate tense. If something is in the past, what do we add? EDs, right? If something is present, ing, or indicate the action word with an E or S on it, okay? Or without the E and S. So it's always, your statement should always lead with an action word and then make certain it's in appropriate tense. And then on the bottom is your honors, activities. So if you're involved in various clubs, academic clubs, dean's lists, all of that should be highlighted on the bottom of the resume. Question is often asked, does the resume have to be one page? I say to students, if you have 2 pages worth of information, you have 2 pages worth of information. But for the most part, with your youthfulness, you should probably have only 1-page resumes. Okay? So let's make certain we're highlighting the key things that's going to be appealing to those who are going to read the resume, meaning that experience that's going to be relevant to the career path in which you're pursuing. All right.
Just want to add 2 things here. One, going back to the classwork, very, very important with internships, because they are not expecting you to know everything. But some internships are very specified. So if you've already taken the class already, then they'll go ahead and pull you in for that internship. They're not asking the grade. They're just asking what courses. And then the other thing I was thinking of, I know a lot of times there are buzzwords like champion and this. You don't want to use any buzzword multiple times on your resume. Again, it becomes, redundant, and they're like, okay, you were the champion and everything, so say, you can use it once, but don't use it multiple times. Okay.
And one other thing I like to add as it pertains to the resume, and you want to quantify things. So, for example, if you led, say, I led a project that provided 100% turnover in this particular project, you want to quantify by whatever percentage it was or the number of people that were impacted by it. So it's always good to quantify when you can.
Agreed. All right. So how many of you have a LinkedIn page? How many of you are active on your LinkedIn page? Yeah, that's the thing. That's the thing. So LinkedIn is the way that employers are looking and finding students, employers. Indeed was the big thing in the, few years ago, actually, but really coming out of COVID, LinkedIn just shot to the top. So you want to have a LinkedIn page. You want to have an active LinkedIn page. And this is kind of a little sidebar, but you're thinking about like, well, what can I put on my LinkedIn page? You're a student, so they're expecting you to put student kind of things. So you would put things about maybe you did really great on a project that you had in class. Maybe you had a presenter in class. You were at the LEED conference. You can put that. And they're not expecting a long text or anything. They're just trying to see how active you are. And again, just like your email, if you are connecting with employers on LinkedIn, you want to be actively involved, looking at it daily or at least every other day. So you don't want, the worst thing you can do is connect or follow someone and then you just drop off the face of the earth. And then you come back and you'll see something and they're saying like, hey, I want to meet with you. Give me a call on Wednesday and it's Friday. You missed it. So you need to make sure that you stay active reading your email and LinkedIn. But LinkedIn is a great way to stay in touch. Also, when you meet someone, you give your resume, you're really excited about this job, send them a thank you email. Send them a thank you email or connect or follow with them on LinkedIn. Okay, so that's always, again, that's rising. You're amongst everybody, but you want to rise to the top. So those are ways for you to rise to the top for those employers.
So you each should have at least connected from yesterday's presentations with some of the folks that spoke on LinkedIn. If you haven't, I would highly recommend that you do so. Okay. All right. So let's talk about the attire. You all know the Career Expo, we do require that you are dressed in business attire. And what that means, it varies. So we typically would recommend, it doesn't always have to be a tie for our gentlemen, but if you have a shirt, slacks, fine. Ladies, blouse, skirt, slacks, fine. What we don't want students to wear are jeans, sneakers, slides, those kind of things. When you get to the expo, those who have been before, we are adamant about making certain you go into that space prepared. And so we will stop you at the door and ask that you return back to your residence hall just to get dressed for the occasion. Just because you have one of your jeans and your sneakers that day, I just want to run in. Nope, you're going to run back to the room and then get dressed for the occasion. Okay. And so what we want to share here is just some snapshots of photos of what we would require or recommend that you would have. Once again, it does not have to be full suits. It can be pieces like you're dressed today is fine. All of you, the way you're dressed today is fine for the expo. Okay. So we won't belabor that unless you have something else you want to add.
Sure. I just want to give a plug for the Murata Closet. So, for those of you who don't know about the Murata Closet, that is right over in Career Services, directly across from Miss Harper's office. And you can go in there and you can find some very nice pieces. I was over there yesterday and some students came in and they were getting their stuff to get ready for Career Expo next week. So, that is a good place to look. But I also wanted to talk about what not to wear. Miss Harper said a little bit, gym shoes. Um, yeah, next slide, please. So you don't want to wear gaudy earrings. You don't want to wear loud colors. And I hear people always saying, well, so and so is over there and they have on khakis and a t-shirt. They're the employer. They can dress that way. And maybe if you get employed there, you can too. But right now, you're seeking an opportunity. And so what we had on the last slide was seeking opportunity wear. So we need to make sure that we are, again, short shorts. You're not, if you're wearing a dress, your dress is not too tight. Nobody should be in any type of hat, okay? So clothes that, maybe has like some kind of profanity or a symbol that is not recommended. I think you all know but my last one, clothing that looks like you're going to a party. If it's presentable, like the number one thing to wear in the club, it's the number one thing not to wear at Career Expo. So again, I know you guys know these things, but share it with your friends. Like, they are not going to let you in if you do not look like you are present, what they are looking for. There is a standard. And I tell people all the time, once you get the job, then you can be yourself, But again, there's a standard. They're looking for a certain standard. And that's what we showed you on that first slide. But these are not the standards on this slide.
All right. So the next thing we have lined up is kind of like we're kind of bringing it to a close, the summary. Things to do before. And we've already touched on a good number of these. So we talked about doing your research. And I'm going to show you once again live on how you can actually see who all is going to be at the expo. So do your research. Bring a minimum of 10 copies of your resumes to the expo. Allow us, if we need to review it and we haven't reviewed yours yet, allow us to take a look at it. Once again, we're not here to twist your arm and make yours look like ours, but we want it to look presentable. So when you go into that space, because sometimes we receive feedback from the employers that will clearly tell us resumes need work. Yeah. And they don't do that with the intent of wanting to hurt our feelings, but they want us to be ready. And when I say us, meaning our students, they want our students to be ready. And so when you go into that space, we want you to be ready from the beginning to the end. And so that's why we like to share with students, allow us to review it. We're not here to make you change, but we want to make sure it's nice, clean, concise, to the point. Make sense? Of course, dress appropriately. You already heard, we will turn you away. And that's not, once again, that's not with the intent of hurting anyone's feeling, but we want you to go into that space ready for the occasion. People may sometimes make judgment calls. Is it fact? Is it fair? No. Is it fact? Yes, but we don't want folks to make judgment calls. A lot of feedback we receive, your students were the best dressed students that I've seen in quite some time. And that's because we intentionally want you to go into that space. Okay. So come early. Come early because then it allows you, remember now, classes are still going on that day. So if you need to step in, C5, come back, go to class, come back a little later and C5 more, then that's fine. We want you to come early because it starts at 1 p.m. It ends at 4 p.m. So we want you to make sure that you are taking full advantage of the hours in which the employers are here. Once again, classes are not canceled. Oh, I wish they were, but they're not. They're not canceled on that particular day. Your professor's in here going, oh no, his class is not canceled. But we want you to take full advantage of the time, making certain that you can go in, come out, and take advantage of all of the hours that they're here. Prepare your elevator pitch. We talked about that earlier. Give a firm handshake, smile, and in that way, and welcome them to your campus. This is your home. So welcome them to the campus of Central State University, and then go right into your elevator pitch. Who you are, what programs you're interested in, or whatever it is that you read about the company. Make that part of your elevator pitch. And always at the end, another firm handshake and thank you. Thank you for your time. So then that way, as you're greeting them and then you're exiting, same thing. Okay. And then smile. Take advantage of the opportunity. These folks are coming with the true intentions of recruiting you, whether it be for an internship opportunity or employment. That's their intention. So don't let them come to the campus and say, didn't see the talent there, didn't get to meet. Take full advantage of the opportunity of them coming to our campus.
So we've talked about everything on my side, the things to do during and after. But one thing we have not talked about is knowing, like, so you've decided who those 10 people are that you want to talk to. But like last year, I think on Wednesday, it was over almost 100 different companies there. So if you only speak to 10, then you're leaving out 90 other companies. So I just want to talk briefly about, how do you go to a company that you don't know? So maybe there is a company brand there that you have like no idea what that company is. But again, you can use that same elevator pitch, walk up to them, say hello, welcome them to the campus, like Ms. Harper said, give your name, your major. But then you could ask them, I'm not familiar with your company. Can you tell me what you all do? And after you've talked about being a marketing major or a business management major or an ag major, they can tell you, well, my company does do work in agriculture and we're looking for marketing people. Because what me and Ms. Harper, we talk about all the time is just because you don't know the company, you might be walking past an opportunity. So I want you to choose at least 5 or 6 different companies, even more if you have time, that you don't know, and also speak to those companies as well. Because again, all these companies, it might not scream marketing, but they might be looking for a marketing person. Or it might not scream management, project management, but they might be looking for a project management person. And you don't know that if you don't speak to them. Okay. So I just really want you to make sure that you choose at least 5 or 6, even more if you can, companies that you don't know, but you introduce yourself and find out more about them. Yes, ma'am. 1 to 4.
1 to 4
1 to 4.
on all 3 days.
1 to 4.
4 p.m.
Yep. 1 to 4 p.m. Okay.
Yeah, as a faculty, I have a question. And the expo is 3 days, next Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Mhm.
So for casual business, that's next Wednesday.
Yes.
So do you recommend casual business students not only go to a Wednesday event, but also go to Tuesday and Thursday event?
Hmm.
They should go to all those 3 events or just go to the Wednesday event?
Definitely go to the Wednesday.
Definitely, yeah, I would. Yeah, I would recommend. Definitely, good question. Definitely going to Wednesday's event, obviously, because the employer knows that this is the College of Business day. But now, once again, students have access to seeing who all is coming on Tuesday. So, say if it was a company you may be interested in just talking to on Tuesday, then go on Tuesday, same time, 1 to 4. But it's not required that they go to all 3, but you never know. It may be somebody they may be interested in speaking to on Tuesday or Thursday, and they students have access to seeing who those employers are. They are welcome to go in on those days as well.
So most of employer will be in this event for 3 days or just for 1 day?
So most of them have chosen the day that they want to come. Some will be there for all 3 days, but many of them have chosen either Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday based off the description we provided to them who all would be there. So SESTA, Tuesday, College of Business, Wednesday, Humanities, Arts, and Social Science, and College of Education on Thursday. There will be a lot of school districts on Thursday. That might not be, and it could be because still there are business people behind the scene in school districts. So you never know. So if the students see a particular entity they're interested in engaging with on the other days, they're welcome to come. Yeah.
Okay, another question. The expo is from 1 to 4 p.m. So are those employers, they will be here for all 3 hours from 1 to 4, or they will only stay for here about 1 or 2 hours?
No, they will be here from 1 to 4 in the student center all of the hours.
Yeah, because sometimes people will use this as an excuse to not to attend. For example, I have class at 1 o'clock,
Uh-huh.
so 1 to 2 o'clock.
Okay.
The expo is from 1 to 4.
Correct.
So student told me that they need to go to expo, so they cannot attend the class. But I told them you can go to expo after 2 o'clock.
Correct.
My question is, if students go to expo at 2 o'clock, will they are in disadvantage situation compared with then come to the expo at 1 o'clock?
No.
Will there be any
No.
difference? If they-
Nope. The employers are slated to be there from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m.
So it does not matter when student.
Correct.
Oh,
So
yeah,
if they don't have to, if they are done with classes and they have an opening slot at 2 o'clock, the same employers are still going to be there at 2 o'clock, anticipating to see students to come into the space. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. No
Because
problem.
sometimes people will use this excuse.
As an excuse.
Oh,
Yeah.
So I say you can go to expo after the class.
They can.
Because the class is only 1 hour.
Right.
So
Unless they have another class. But if they don't have another class, then
it make no difference.
it makes no difference, sir.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. All right.
Looking for your, I don't see nothing. I was looking for handshake. I don't see it on here.
So what we're going to do now is I'm going to walk you through how you can see who all is going to be here in handshake from the student lens, okay?
I'm just gonna put.
I'm okay with probably handshake. It's saying that I can log in, but my account's not.
I found it.
Yeah. So this is what I want you to do. I want you to come by my office. You know my office because I've seen you up there before. Come to my office and I'm gonna walk you through.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, yeah, I got it. All right. So let me walk you through. I'm going to go back a couple of screens, okay? Because remember, I gave y'all the step by step. Ooh, maybe shouldn't have done that one. Mm-mm. All right. So what I want to do is I'm in here in the lens that you see it. Okay. Y'all see this screen first on the student side, right? So what I will do, remember I said click on events, filter in the categories. You can check career fair. It's loading, and click on view results. And as you can see on mine, the top 3 are all 3 days. But in particular, you want to go to your day, which is the 15th. You click on career fair. And then I mentioned on the left side, see more employers. And it's going to bring up all of the employers that are registered for that day in alphabetical order. Okay. And so you will be able to see the entity. You can click on the view details. You can see this is a manufacturing company. Now they're still coming on your day as well because they may be looking for individuals in the business world. Okay. You can see the type of job that they have, jobs and internships, work authorization, because we have students, some of our students that are international students. This is something important for you to look at. And then it allow you to even go to the company's website. Okay, that's the lens you see it in alphabetical order. Audit of the state of Ohio. There will be companies you may not be aware about, but this providing you some detailed information as to who the company is. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I have a question because there are a lot of international students in cultural business. So from this list, how do they identify which company
Yeah.
is willing to hire international students?
So if
which
you
company is not?
Absolutely, if you click on view details, you will be able to see, or the students will be able to see down in this area right here, work authorization is indicating U.S. work authorization is required. So what you could do on each of the entities, I think it's important, in particular for our international students, those that know me, I tell them all the time, let's filter through and make certain we don't get so excited about something and then we get to the bottom and realize, oh, I can't apply for that because I'm not authorized to apply for that. Identify, and it'll clearly tell you when you click, I'm clicking on this one. I just randomly selected, this is Cintas. What does it say? U.S. work authorization is required, but the employer is willing to sponsor candidates.
So
Yes,
this
ma'am.
means that if you have US authorization work, we could apply for it.
Correct.
As long as we have some at stake.
Correct. Yep. You want to look for this authorization piece, and it'll clearly tell you either yes or no. Okay. And in that way, it'll allow you to also just dig a little deeper. This is right on the front screen of what you're reading about. But if you click on the actual website, you can get to know a little bit more about the entity. Good question. Very good question. Remember, it's all out here listed for you in alphabetical order. I think we even talked about, thank you, sir. We even talked about locations, management trainee, and they're telling you all the states that they're located. Because an entity comes to our campus, everything is not based in Ohio. Because sometimes students may say, I want to return back home, or I want to move to this particular state. So take a close look at where the opportunities may be within the company. Okay. Yep.
One other question.
Mhm.
Also, remember to ask, especially, internship or candidate job, career position, ask if the job going to be in person or remote.
Right.
So you know that. And a lot because there are a lot of sorry.
I'm sorry.
There are a lot of opportunities that are remote that they will still allow international students to do. So you need to make sure you ask that question if the position is going to be remote or in person. Because if it's remote, then you don't have to worry about staying anywhere. You can stay on campus and do the job.
Can I add one thing? Can I add one more thing? So as you are looking for jobs, one thing that is great these days, when I was in corporate, I hired somebody as operations manager, and he came to the interview knowing who I was. I was shocked that he knew who I was. He was coming from Seattle. He had gone on LinkedIn, befriended me, knew everything I was doing, following me. And so as soon as he got into the room, he introduced himself and we hit it off, telling me everything I was interested in. And I was like, have we met before? There's no, we are friends on LinkedIn. And and luckily enough, he followed the same soccer team in Europe that I follow. And right away. So after the interview, my colleagues were like, looks like this guy got a job, right? And I said, it looks like it. So, and also, when you go into a company's website, look at the leadership team. Look them up because every company has leadership team on their website. The management team, whoever, check their bios. Are there things that you might be interested in that they are also interested in?
I just went and pulled up another one, the Cavaliers. So here they're saying U.S. work authorization is required, but employer is accepting OPT, CPT. Okay, and for our students who are international, you know what that is. Okay, you don't know what that is. Okay, we'll talk about that. Okay, because this is your clearance that allows you to work while you're still a student. Okay, and so yeah, when you come to talk to me about the handshake, we'll talk about the OPT and CPT as well. Okay, but yeah, I want to point out what you could look for as it pertains to what you have access to, knowing beforehand. Extremely important. I'm gonna say this one more time. You keep hearing about LinkedIn. You sat in presentations yesterday, and now you're sitting in one today. Highly recommend you connect with me, Ms. Jones, and some of the people you heard from yesterday on LinkedIn.
Because when you connect to us, you're connected to whoever we're connected to.
Correct. Yeah. So you definitely want to take advantage of that. And I extend the invitation. Let's connect on LinkedIn. Okay. Yeah. Anything else?
Any other questions for us? So if you don't have the approved resume or you just want Miss Harper or Miss Dunn to check your resume before, you should want them to just go by, have 15, 20 minutes. They'll look over your resume. It's better to know than not to know because Miss Harper is 100% correct. We have great relationships with many of our partners. So they want you all to win. I mean, and let's be perfectly honest, a lot of companies need to diversify, and so they are coming here intentionally looking for African American students and to diversify their company. So what you need to do is be ready and prepared to be to get one of these jobs because again, like I said, they are coming here with opportunity. And so, and we've said this a lot, and I don't think I've said it in front of this group. We have far more opportunities than we have students. So we're always kind of at the end of the summer leaving opportunities on the table, and we don't want to leave any opportunity on the table. Okay. So make sure you take that time to be prepared on the front end. Yes, ma'am.
How many internships do you recommend students to complete during the 4 years?
It depends on the student. It depends. I mean, if I had my way, I would love for you to have it at least two, starting in your sophomore year, have one in your junior year, and then hopefully if it's the same one, then they offer you a career opportunity at the end. So I would say two, and it's a little personal thing for me because my children all went to school as athletes, so they were on scholarship and they didn't have opportunities to do internships, and it's been a little bit harder for them after they left. So I really push the internship opportunities for students because it just helps for you to have that experience, and you're also working a lot. We notice a lot of employers are training the students that they want to hire at the end. So if you could get at least two, I think it would help. You're welcome. Any other questions? Well, I think we're done.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.